If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 1st of April 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Warwick Farm. Now they have a partial picture of this track. This track is a triangle shaped track. Generally triangle shaped tracks, they have a little bit of difficulty with the wider gates, and this is where we are going to be doing the analytics for 8 races. The ground rating is soft as of now, and the last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 325, 27, something on those lines. So this is where we're going to be, and we will see what we can do today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we think are going to get placed, we wait for the results to validate that. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out and highlight those situations. So we are here with the first one. We'll take a market snapshot and we'll see what the market is saying, and then we'll do the analytics. Three, 6, 7 all scratched. We don't have 3, 6, 7. Nine, 13, 5, and 1. Right, this is the first one. I'm not going to get into it, but this is what is happening, okay? So that's the lowest pressure line on this horse. And if we look at how this thing is, then these are the highest drops, okay? 11, 5, and 12. These are the highest drops. And then these are the increments which has been given, okay? That's through the quad line. So 1 happens to be the one which has been given the highest amount of increment. We can see that through the quad. 9 and 2, they have been given the strongest, they're not exactly drops, but they're the strongest promotions here. And that's how it looks like. Now, when that looks like that, this becomes a threat, okay? So the 9 ideally is the favorite because it is the lowest in terms of pressure line. And I think JMac is riding. So this comes from gate number 7. It's a colt. A couple of things about this race. It's a 2-year-old. So generally, 2-year-old races are about, who has the best form. That's more or less the structure of the race. Now, where it collides with the drop, okay? It collides with the drops. So that brings these two horses in. These are the largest drops, and they were on the highest class line, okay? So now they are the highest drops. And what is happening here is that if they are the highest drops, then one is a neutral, the other one becomes an EW. And if we look at the pressure line and the math section, that generally is like that. So the 1 is kind of par because it is coming from gate number 13. That's the highest increment. The question is between these two horses, which are probably which has a very strong thing to get placed. Now, how generally things work? How generally things work is a low pressure and a high pressure. The only high pressure that we have is 4, which is here. The match is very bad, plus it is also not exactly in the form, okay? The match is not exactly what we need to look for from gate number 11, so that becomes a problem for this horse. That's the highest pressure line, okay? And then it is on 5. So generally what should happen, ideally the 5 is the right odd, okay? These two are the two drops, the 11 and the 5. Now the problem is this, that the 5 is going to be running a neutral, right? Now I don't know if that neutral is going to get placed or it'll do something great. I have very limited understanding about neutrals and I'm still not very clear about them. But these two are the highest drops, okay? So technically this is a lower drop, this is a higher drop, so 5 is technically the one which should come in next. But it also has an issue with the form line, all right? Technically 5 should come next. If these two are the highest drops, then 5 has a better chance, but it doesn't have the form line, okay? And This is the second one, which is also there, and one which is again going to be running a neutral is from gate number 13. So that's technically very, very wide gate for a 2-year-old gelding, for a maiden race at least. So that's the highest quant. This is the second highest quant, both of them. If that's that, then this one always is a threat, but it doesn't look like it is in a form line. The 2 I am talking about, it doesn't look like the 2 is in a position to deliver that. It had to have a form line, but it has a jock. Okay. So I'm not going to get into this. The 9 looks okay. 2-year-olds, that's the form. 5 and 11 are the largest drops. 1 is the highest increment. Okay. That's a 57.5. This is a 56.5. So this 57 still stays at 58, 3.5. So all those are technically right. Okay. But where the problem is this, that they're going to be running neutral. Now, what I understand about neutrals is that the fact is they really have to be a very high class to win. The 1 is not, okay? It has been forced into it. So it has been given that, you know, the increment to bring it to 58, and now it is the highest in the class here, but actually it is not. It has been given the increment, that's why it is there. So whether that neutral will work here, I don't know, and that is also gate number 13, so that's pretty difficult. If these 2 are the same class and this is a lower drop, this is a higher drop, then the lower drop definitely has more potential. However, the fact is this, that the form line is kind of missing, and this is also going to be running neutral. So instead of this being a neutral, this being a neutral has more chances, the 5, because it is still a higher class, which is a drop. So we'll see how this thing works. I kind of, I think I'm going to stay out of this. The 9 looks good. Everything is okay. JMac is riding. The match is good. But it's the first one. I never get into the first one. So we'll stay out and we'll see how that works. Jimmy, welcome back, my friend. We'll put a data rank if things had to work. Five 11-1. This is still close. This is strong. 5-11-1. 9 5 11 1. Okay, so why not 4? Okay, the 4 has a good hand. That's that. But what is 4? So 4 is like a 57. That became 57.5. So there is also an increment. But the increment is higher here. Why? Because this is already a 57.5. With that increment, it is the highest. So 4 maybe on a different line if those horses do not make a noise, which looks like it. You know, the market says 13 is quite capable of making a noise. I don't know how, but it's like that. So we'll see how that works. It's from gate number 1. That's why probably. If we have to put a data rank, then it is 9. 5 11 1. That's more or less where it stands. And unfortunately, we will not have feed today, so we will have to manage. There's no feed. We don't have feed. I have a feed of my own where I can take a look at what's going on, but I can't share that feed. I think at the end of the day, what needs to happen is, we need to be prepared for this. That at one point of time we will have to give up the feed. Jimmy, bro, how's life? How's your training going? Yeah, good idea, Jimmy. I mean, it's a 2-year-old. Generally, it is like this, but there are things that can happen. And I don't like to play with that duality when the favorite is like this, and then there is this, which is also from the same class, and it looks like this. So I kind of like, I mean, this is something that I've learned. I need to be careful about this, that when the quad is the same, then we need to be careful about this. This one is not in a position. I don't have the confidence in this. The two, I don't have the confidence, but it's the probably the worst match. But we are also dealing with maidens. 6 minutes. They're getting loaded as we talk.
Come up now for the first of the day. Sarah Fox favourite support was switch on, appears to dominate the betting. 9 and 13. Running a support was switch on in the last few minutes. The price was Sarah Fox out to better than it was 5 minutes ago. 1.90. Switch on at $3.50. So about to move up here for the first of 8 races, Warwick Farm, and here we go. I was going forward, they're blanketed on it, getting to the first, but then things are looking today. Just to set up the boxes, hopefully the one start, comes down to help, this is at the top of the family. Thanks to them, the oil's finished, which back to the last 5 minutes. Now, price several boxes out. It's got 190 to 180. So, Sarah Fox remained pretty solidly about to move in. Not long to John Billy and Sunday. So, one run at Scott for the there. In the running and get it third. Remaining one goes to third at best.
Okay, they're off.
towards the inside is faulty and fitted in the early parts and in third string. Raise the bars of the one that come out to the great pulling again. Now further back the switch on from Amazon. Then came the roaring banana. And the pathology is back one after all, so Don Valiente is gone up on the inside to hold it out rolling home. Tiger Turf in a wide position, puts his head in third spot from Fault. He appears the favourites Silver Fox and now fifth with between them. Then raise the bar, give her a spring switch on back on the rails. They're getting close to the heels of Amazon. The Roaring Sun advances past it. Agrothology's last of all. Don Valiente has the 500 metres. Comes around the corner from Rolling Home. Tiger Turf, then Faulty and Fairness. Now several Fox right behind them. And McDonald just looking for a gap. There's not much room at the moment. Down on the 250, Rolling Home shows the way. Sarah Fox takes an inside run now and winding up on the
Cliffy!
the Roaring Sun and Sarah Fox. Sarah Fox on the inside going home best, and Sarah Fox beats the Roaring Sun.
Sarah Fox.
First break. Amazon making some headway. But after a check before the turn.
9, 10,
Not million. Fox a few anxious moments there.
Cliffy, thank you so much for bringing in your friends, Cliffy. 9-1.
Foxy touch. Starting odds on, paying $1.80 of 110. Roaring Sun for $4. Nice debut performance there. And just been by for the judge's place and back. The field switch on. I think the run did open up towards the inside and was very green under pressure. So Sarah Fox picking up the winner, placings in the frame now, 9, 10, 8, 1.
9, 10, 8 and 1.
Official placings on the first of Warwick Farm at 9, 10, 8 and 1.
9, 10, 8 and 1. We'll take a look at what happened. 9, 10, 8 and 1. The 5 did not do anything because it was not in a form line. Surprising, the 11 also did nothing. So 9, 10, 8 and 1. 1 was on the fourth line. But that's a very, very strong outer gate. But the 9 won't. We'll go to the next. Three, 9, 10 all scratched. Four, 5, 6, 1. So this is again a maiden, and the 4 is the favorite. Unfortunately, I have nothing to talk about 4. There's nothing I can do with it. So what is 1? 1 is the largest drop. Okay, here the drop did not work. Even from gate number 11, the drops, they did not work. This one, I can understand that this was having a form line issue, but what happened to this one is what I am not aware, and I don't see how can I work with it. It should have gotten in, it did not, but that's horse racing, which is why so we've been racing, and we've been racing on almost all the tracks, and there are a few things that we've noticed. So let's think what has happened so far is this, that if we look at the Saturday tracks like Flemington and the other tracks, that is where the challenges are very strong. Okay, the challenges are very strong there, and the drop in class horses are also reasonable. But in a Wednesday track here at Warwick Farm, I think it's best to stay away from the maiden races, and to at least get an idea of what's going on. I mean, the 1, if you look at the 1, okay, so the 1 is on a top weight, which used to be on a top weight. Now there's a drop, became 57. So that's a very high class horse. Okay, now what has happened is this, that the 5 which they're talking about is the challenger. Okay, now that is an EW, which is here with the lowest pressure. It has been brought up to the same thing here. Generally, a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, if maiden, then it is about the form line. Okay, it is about the form line. This one was about the form line. This one is also probably the form line, but it is not a match. It is not a match, and that basically is an issue. I mean, here also this one was not a match. There was nothing that we could do about it, but it also did not have a form line. Here also it is the same thing. It doesn't have a match. So now that leaves us with these 2 horses, the 4 and the 6, and I have nothing to say on those horses because I have no numbers. I don't know who they are. The only thing that I can say, the 6 is being ridden by 6 and 4. Both of them are being ridden by 2 of the best jocks. That's that part of the story, and the rest, everything is in front of you. The 5, which has been given the increment, is brought to this class line, which is the 57 mark, but that's from 56. In the 56, that is the lowest pressure line. That also is the lowest pressure line from the base from all over. So these are the base pressure. If we look at that, then this is where the base pressure is, and this is anyway the lowest. They all are, okay, they all are the lowest pressure lines, and the 5 is the lowest from all angle, which has been brought up to this class. They have been entered into this class. So and the 1 that they're talking about is a drop in class. So that's anyway the thing, but it is not one of the best match that I can find. Chances what might happen, if we want to take a look at that. That 8 is a check. So what is happening is the 4 is the favorite, okay? I don't know if that'll win. I have no clue. The 1 is the highest drop in class, which is there, but it's coming from gate number 9. Now, generally it is 3-year-olds are all about form line, but this may have the form line, but the match is absolutely disastrous here. If we take a look at these two horses, they are the same quant and the same drop, okay? So if that's that, then that's what the 8 is. The match is also good. This is on a lower line, which is a 55, but doesn't have the form line, so I don't have the thing. But 8, maybe there is a chance if things work. About 461, I mean, if these two, I have no clue. 1 is a drop in class, but the drop in class probably is a very dicey thing that we need to look for here. So we'll see how that works. Dows, welcome back. Gate, welcome back, Gate. Is Gate. GB, you missed Saturday. Saturday was fabulous. But it was heavy and everything was, you know how it is. Yeah, I did not expect that gate. That I mean, I did not. It's not that I did not expect, but it's just that I did not have the confidence or the nerves to go with Jenny this time. Last time, I think you were there and you've seen what happened. I thought she will again maybe lose the traction at the last 400-meter marker and she'll lose the gas there. But this time, she held up and she held up pretty well. She held up pretty well. That was good. She was good. I mean, I don't know how long she's going to be racing, but I think this probably is her last season. Uh, Next year, probably they should not race her anymore. She's going to be 9 year old next year, so that's something that will happen. What a shame, man. This. Yeah, I mean, see, generally, generally, it's definitely a difficult task. I mean, with that weight reduction, the weight for age is a kind of a very strong uh, you know it's a very strong problem. The weight for age, it's a very strong problem. That's that. God knows how this will play. How about 12 in race 2? 12. That's exactly what I explained, that both of them are 56, okay? Both of them has a drop of the same reduction, 12 and 8. If they are the same, then the load will be load generally is a deciding factor. Generally, that's why I marked the 8, not the 12. And the 12 is going to be running neutral, which is probably not of the class. So that's a problem. These two neutrals, I mean, see here also what happened. This one, I mean, generally speaking, the 5 had a better opportunity to get through as a neutral. But what happened is those drop-in classes, they just did not talk. They just did not do anything. It was from an inner gate, should have gotten in, but I mean, apparently that's the number, but the practical problem is this is a colt and the jockey had no prior relationship with the colt, so the colt did not respond. That's the only explanation that can happen. Here, that's a filly. Both are gildings and filly, no colts up here. So if that's that, then this is they're 56, and they're like that. We've had this situation at multiple tracks gate, even on Saturday at Flemington. So if they are the same drop and the same class, then the load is the deciding factor. Probably, You know, for that it also has to run. If it doesn't run, then there's nothing doing. So I think your stream cut out, but it'll went pretty well too. Finally, yeah, you know, I got disconnected on Saturday for a good 10-15 minutes, and I had no clue what was happening. You know, everything just went off. Everything just went off. I still haven't been able to figure out what happened. I just had to restart everything from my servers to the PC that I'm using to each and everything that I am using. I had to restart everything. I don't know what happened. Why that happened, and I went offline. I mean, honestly, the thing is, you know, when the pressure holds up, you have to have a fantastic match and a fantastic form line. When the pressure holds up, that's what I have seen. Rest everything is about who has the advantage from where. Is it the gate? There has to be a form line from the gate. Is it? I mean, this is why, you know, the factors is about detailing. I mean, this is basically a drop in class, but the load factor is the highest on this. Now we know what that is. That's a pressure line, but here it's not a match. So whether it has a load factor here, if it doesn't have a match, whether it's a linear or what, it doesn't make any sense, you know. It's all about how the physics is going to play at the ground and how the jocks are going to play the physics. They need to know what they have in between their legs and play accordingly. If they do that, really, I mean, then nothing goes wrong. Like here, I mean, okay, fine. 11 was not even there in the odds. What happened to 5 from gate number 3? That's the form line. But it was not a match. This one was definitely not a match. This one was a form line and a match. And what happened here is only God knows what happened here. Level is over. That was the highest drop, right? And the class factor, this is ideally. That monkey never got through. It went here. Then 30. Even it's to 1 4 11, no wager. Main contest 712 1. 712 1. Probably 7 12. I know Cliffy, the thing is, you know, I I mean, you have a very uh, strong eye for uh, you know, what I have seen, Cliffy. You do your own mathematics probably, and you have a very strong eye on what you look at. But with me, the problem is at times I just don't have the nerves to get into it. I just don't have the nerves. Like here, the 4 is the favorite, all right? On what basis the 4 is favorite, I don't know. One, I am having doubts because, you know, here the problem is how the drop-in class, I mean, it is all about it is all about how the selection process is in that particular ground. Like in the top tracks with the drop-in class, they're still contenders. But when it comes to a track like Warwick Farm, which is not among the top tier, so here the drop-in class may mean something entirely different, you know? Yeah, that's a good one, Cliffy. I mean, it's like a drop-in class. Yeah, I mean, a drop-in class in Flemington is not the same thing as a drop-in class in, you know, Bendigo. It is not the same thing. A drop-in class in Flemington is a drop-in class in Flemington, which is probably, you know, going to smash everything at Bendigo. But that's the problem. How you articulate it. My effort is this, that, you know, do detailing so that, you know, we have the answers on where it fails, where is the breaking point, where it fails. If we have that clarity, then I think it'll be much easier to you know, process. As of now, we have a partial clarity that works in some tracks, doesn't work in most of the tracks, but that's what it is. They're getting loaded and they're off.
And then by Blackbird, graffiti tycoon, drifting back on the outside of the canal. Two for the back, developed by Hayden very steadily, very stellar. And moved by Maharani back last of all. I am over took the leading here from above the door. And March on races in third on the outside of Mr. Miller. Two for the flank to Blackbird. Down the inside, graffiti tycoon, running along the field. In advance of Miller by Hayden, moved by Maharani. Stellar in the last one, 600 out. I am over to show the way from above the law. But Lloyd setting for the vintage tycoon, run it, starting a run right around the field. And March on pulls out underneath it. And Mr. Miller all of a sudden becomes trapped behind the wall of 4. Top of the straight now. Above the ball pushed on from March on, pushed on. And graffiti tycoon.
The feed that I have is so bad.
Mr. Miller's going after it strongly. Mr. Miller and graffiti tycoon. Mr. Miller getting the upper hand.
6, 4, 1, I think. 6, 4, 1.
Was starting to walk them up at the end, put them back to back third, and diagnoses was last to finish. Mr. Miller had run behind, but keeping up with it, and boost certainly did plenty of work. Got up well on the fourth and third, and was left just sitting back. And Mr. Miller was strengthening the race and trying to close the door and hold the door. And James McDonald just had to wait. Come on, Jules, let's down. This 3-year-old girl to play off hand too.
6, 4, 1, and 15. Is that a 15 or a 5? I guess. Six, 4, 1, 5, I think, not 15. 6, 4, 1, 5. 6, 4, 1, 5. This is where it happened. Yeah, go there. 55 with that. 56. 6, 4, 1, 5. Anyway, that happened. We'll go to the next 3. One and 7 has been scratched. 1 is not there. 8, 3, 4, 2. So ideally, here is the thing, what's going on. So ideally, the odds are right. Now, how and what? So basically, the 4 should ideally win. Okay. The 4 should ideally win, but they're bleeding like 75%. Their decisions are going to be hasty. Okay. Now, what this race is all about? It's a 1600 meter benchmark 72. So ideally, if we look at the body weight is fantastic at 57. This is 56, which is good. But then this is a much higher class with an increment. All right. This is a drop in class. The 5 is a drop in class. Okay. The 5 is a drop in class. And they are staying at the same position, which is 55. So 8 is okay. That's the low pressure anyway, but ideally through the pressure line this thing should win, but that's what they are. All right, so their decisions are going to be bad, there's no doubt. That's 57.5 became 58. All right, this is 57, which is a 6-year-old gelding, and they've been put into the same class. That's where this one gets into trouble. Why? Because this is neutral. All right, this comes from 56. It is not the original class, it has been forced into it. So that's where the 2 gets into trouble. As a neutral, it cannot win. The 4 is like that, and what we are expected to believe that the 3, 8 and 3 are going to work out. Why? Because this is a 57, but it's a 6-year-old gelding, doesn't have a form line, though the match is good. Okay. So, and to top it off, the problem is this, that the 8 is the favorite. 8 should not be the favorite. 8 should be the second one to come in. $57 doesn't have a form line. 57. There's a jock on this. Doesn't have a form line. This is very strong, so I don't know whether that'll actually translate into anything, because that's a very strong jump compared to this. The drop is less than the jump. So if we can't match all this because those are maiden, but the jump is very strong. Really, not trust this. $59. Drop this. Drop is not there. 4 will not there. God knows. 3 is a 6-year-old. 8 is a place which is there, but 8 is also a favorite. So 6 is 55. 0. Five will not happen. 175, 57 is 48 to 45. This is 2.5. This is 2.5. This is run rate number 4. This is run rate number 1. So how things will work? This 4, 2, 4, 8, 145. This is 197, still lower. 27. This is 11. The drop in class 8.5 increased 57 to 59.5. These two are. And 4 is like that. So ideally, what should happen? Ideally, if this is the highest weight and this is the increment, okay, that means it has a lower challenge to meet. Correct. This one comes from 57. This is from 56. So that's a very strong challenge. The quant is high because it is looking for. I mean, point is this, that this thing is looking for a win, all right? But where is the problem? The problem is this, that it's a 56. From 56, it's a 9.5 jump. From 57, it is still healthy, but the best match is here, which is a 57.5. A very small jump with a load value should work, but they are like that. So there's I mean, knowing that we can't, that's a bad idea. Okay, so now the 2 is going to run neutral. Okay, the 2 is going to run neutral, which comes from 56. That puts that thing into a trouble. The 3 is good, has a obviously it has a good match and a fantastic jock. That's pretty obvious. And now, what are we supposed to expect? If it's a low pressure, high pressure, then that is a high, this is a low. Okay, then it will go high. High where? Here they are like that, so that probably stands at I mean, they're like that. So 3 and 8 are the right odds. Okay, 3 and 8 are the right odds. Now the question is that it is a 57, which is a jump. So probably, yeah, I think the drop in class is a risk. The drop in class is a risk. That thing is a risk. Whether it will move or not, God only knows, but they have a good hand. So this is strong. 56 puts neutral. 3 will drop, and then here it is. Let's play that. Let's see. Right. 3, 8, 4. 3, 8, 4. 2 probably is in trouble because of the neutral, but maybe for the 4th position, God knows. But here it will collide with this guy, 5. On the 4th position, it will collide with 5 and 2. Okay, I think that's more or less where it will collide. 3, 110, 133, 33, 3, 8. Okay, 3.8. Then it'll go high, probably here, which is anyway like that. So 3.8, 4. 2 will get in trouble with 5. That's that. Or 2 will get into trouble with no, that'll not happen. This is a challenger. This is a higher class. 357, 3.8, 4. Will drop here. 4.7. And then it will go down. So either it is here, 6, but there's a 59 with that, and there's a 55. So yeah, I mean, these two are like that. So 384, I think. But the problem still remains that the 3 doesn't have the form line. Five for the 5 is a lethal one which is there. I don't know whether it'll upset, but quite frankly, I mean, these are very unbelievable kind of a situation which is there. All right, these are very unbelievable kind of a situation which is there. The 3 is a better match than 5. That's true. The 4 is the fall. I think it's between 2 and 5 at the 4th position. That's what I think. But where things can go wrong is this, that if the 3 gets knocked out because of the form line, if that happens, okay, if that happens, if the 3 gets knocked out because of the form line, then it will be dicey. Then it is upside down. Six, 4, 1. Yeah. So I have corrected this section where the orange ones are the ones which are not drop in class. Okay, they are up in class. So that's what I have done. I was not marking this, but now I have started marking it. So the drops are in green. Non-movers are here with 0, 0. And these are up in class. I'm going on a 3 hours drive. Cows. 3 hours drive. In India, a 3 hours drive is actually when you're out of the city. You know, it'll take you 3 hours to practically get out of the city, most of the cities, you know. Then you get on a highway. It'll take you 3 hours. The traffic is so high here. Huge traffic. Adam, welcome back. Yeah, that's the that's the thing we were talking about. That's a very strong jump. Must have done something very good. That's a very strong jump. But that is going to be running neutral. So is mine, Jimmy. So is mine. It's getting stuck. It took me a long time to find the feed, but it's taking too long to load. And I've lost all the other feeds except the Victorian ones. The Victorian one is still there, but the others are gone.
It's the start time now with runners arriving at the barriers.
Are the races good? Not in a position to, comment on that, Atoman. We haven't raced any good races yet. This is the first benchmark. We'll see if this falls in place. This is the first benchmark. We had two of the maiden races. And someone told me a very funny thing about the Flemington Strait. I was talking to someone, he said the Flemington Strait is the Strait of Hormuz.
So Spirit favourite here for race 3. $2.50. The money should run the llama. The benefits clearly is being electrics number 3. $3 40
Warwick is the Strait of Hormuz. Flemington. Nobody has a clue about the strait, bro. It's a very treacherous track. That strait.
This is catch baby. Mighty Myrtle. Cash baby outside of the field. Mighty Myrtle's been a fair drink, but it's all about Opus, Spirit and Skeletrix primarily. And then Mornington here has had his fair share of supporters. Five runs in today. So there's the line. Ready for the Asati Super Dry over a mile. They're off and racing. Mornington.
Get the off.
Cashmere's handy, followed by Victoria. Then Mighty Burton and Mornington Spirit drop back to last. Status Spirit is going to try and repeat the winning tactics of last time we were at the farm. And it's a 2-length leader from Cashmere. Miss Electrics has been best back to beat the leader. Stalking in third position on the rails. A length to the back to Mighty Burton. Then came Victoria is first up today and 2 up to Mornington Fear. Uncontested lead for Oso Spirited as it races towards the 1,000 metres, out by a length and a half to Cashmere. Skeletri's given every hope third, followed by Mighty Myrtle in Victoria, who's just wedged around the inside. No change to the action as they run past the 800 metres, and Oso Spirited in the hands of Rachel King, bowling along by 2 now on Cashmere. Then Skeletri's from Mighty Myrtle. Now Markham's getting to work here in Victoria, and quickly Mornington Fear pulls to the outside to start a run. So Victoria under the pump, got back to last, and Oso Spirited's got them all off the bridle. Oso Spirited by 2 on Cashmere, then Skeletrix, Mighty Myrtle, Mornington Fear trying to get into it, and Victoria taking the shortcuts as they swing. Oso Spirited shows the way by 2. Skeletrix with the tongue flopping over the big giving chase. Mornington Fear winding up with a good run now. It's Oso Spirited in front. Then Mornington Fear draws along.
Two.
And goes on by
2, 3, 5.
To wind up Mornington Fear. Oso Spirited was all out down the straight. Then Mornington Fear fully fit.
2834. 2834. 2834. I saw the 5 also there, Jimmy. Are you sure? Two, 8, 3, and 4. Yes, you are. 2, 8, 3, and 4. Two. 8. 3. So that's where the 2 gets in. That happened. 2834. So what happened is that now the question is this, that the 3 got knocked out by 2, all right? The 3 got knocked out by 2. But why that happened? Is it because of the form line? Probably. It's because of the form line. No scratching. Adaman! Let me put up your name, Adaman. Eight, 6, 10, 9. That 7-year-old gilding is the highest quant, okay? The same as 2. That 7-year-old gilding. Now this is staying at a 0, 0. And this one is a 56. This is a this is an increment from 56, and this is a drop from 56. This is a 56.5, which is an 8-year-old gilding. So to start with, it doesn't have the match, okay? That's the first thing, it doesn't have the match. Now, where things are dicey is this. So if we look from the top above, okay, that's 61, okay? That is not moving, it is staying at 61, so that's the highest class, okay? That is the highest class, so definitely the one is there, but how? Because it doesn't have a match. Now if we go down, then this is the one which is the match, but this is a 61 and it is a drop. This is a 60.5, but that's a drop. This is the highest drop from 59. This is a lower drop, the 8, 9. So now this is still a drop, this is staying okay. So that's where the 5 gets in, the probably. So that's where the 5 is. And now that's 61. That's that. 5. Three, 56. Okay. That's about 156. 0.5. And that 7-year-old gilding has been put into the highest quant. So this thing, the previous weight was 54, now it is 60.5. That is this, okay? 56 to 59, 9.5. Now it has become 15, almost double. 7-year-old gilding. I don't know how that will work. I don't know how that will work. That one is a check. It'll get somewhere. It doesn't have a form line. Let's evaluate that. Doesn't have a form line, doesn't match. Okay, that's the first problem. Doesn't match. This one 60.5, so drops to 59, and this becomes the largest drop. So that's, and this is a 59, which is a stair. So this drop from this to this is a higher one. So that becomes what? 31 into 5 into 4. Form line is the issue. And this one is a 59 drop, huge drop. This is the other one, 5. And they're talking about this one. This is also not a match. This is not a match. This is a match. The form line is not there. This line is okay, but that 59.5 to 56. That's the drop, but the 5 is there. The 5 stays. 5 stays. And the 8, not a match. So is it all form line? It's not a match. This is a match. 59. They're the same. 9. 60 doesn't have the form line. How will you trust that? But it has to drop somewhere, right? If that's the hypershot. So it's surprising why 2 is not there within the odds. Is it because of the age? So this one is a 2200 meter, benchmark 78. Generally, 2200 meter is not about the linears. The linears are not the ones they generally, into the game. It's basically a very tactical race played very strategically because that's a long distance, 2200 meter. So now if we look at what happened here, and if we try to understand what happens generally, then I think the 3 got knocked out because of the form line. All right, otherwise the 3 should have gotten it. The 4, they are always like that, so there is no hope on them. The 2 went through because the 3 did not have the form line. So let's believe that, and that's more or less what happens. But the 2 also had the highest quant, which means that the horse was good. Okay, so that basically is what it's saying, that the horse was good. Now that those are the same numbers coming for 2. Okay, that's coming from 54 went to 60.5. That's coming from 54 went to 60.5. and nobody believes that horse. It has a fantastic jock. Why nobody believes that horse is something that I don't know. Up here, these horses are very strong, but they do not have the form line. The 9 that they're talking about is a drift. So is 8. The larger one is 10, which is a drop. Though 56, then this is an increment, whatever little, and this is a drop, strong drop. And that's the highest. That 2 is a check, probably. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this a little differently, but that, you see, that here is the thing. Okay, so 20. Let's understand what 2200 meter is. So, I mean, this, when we look from where they're coming from, so this is the high 61. It is not a match. The one which is a match doesn't have the form line. The 9 that they're talking about is the largest drop in class. Okay, I like the 5 up here, which is a stair. Now I like that horse, but this one went above that, which is very unbelievable. This is a 54, coming from 54 went to straight 50, 60.5, which is right below this one. And the 5 is a stair. So both of them are like, probably is able to get a place, the 2 and the 5. Okay, I seriously have no clue how the 2 is going to play, because that's a 7-year-old gelding over a 2200 meter. I don't know what that horse is. Now, coming to 8, what is the problem? The problem is not much. It is that the match is kind of a little weird. If we look at how that thing is, then that 5 goes up on top. That stays up here, and the 6 is on the lower side here, and the 2 is the 10. So this 366, 48, 51. And then we have a strong balance on this one, which is 56.5. Let's see how that works. I definitely like the 5. I don't know whether it'll do the job, because I'm not finding a balance on this, and like that. 5, 52. I don't know how that will work on 8. I seriously is also there. 5 is also there. The 1 which is a stair, is still there. Somehow the game revolves here. The 5 is 60. It's 3, 8, 9, 6 will not work. 4 definitely doesn't have the form line. So 4 is not at 60. 4 is up here with that. That's a stair. This is a stair. 61, 7, 8. 6, 59, 0, 6, this 10. So even that is too low. We'll go high. Everything is high. All of those are checks. The 2 is a check. I think I know. Eight is taking money because of the jockey. Probably you're right. 8 is taking money because I don't see a reason. I mean, I don't know how that will work. I seriously have no clue. 4, I don't know. It doesn't have the form line, so there's nothing that I can. There's, I mean, that's a class, and here the form line is making a difference. Here the form line is making a difference. So 59, 66, it's a form line. 54, 19, and this is 59, 17. So somehow everything is here. You know, the 8 probably is not the game. 8 probably is not the game. It's the 2 is the highest which has been given. Fair enough. The 2 is being written by God knows somebody who. Stanley. 2. 54. Very difficult to believe that's a 7-year-old gilding. But here it's a 59, which is stair. So 5. How bad this thing is. Not a low pressure with that cannot go through. This is slightly higher and a bad match, but that's a 59. This one I can understand without the form line. But how bad is the 5 that it will not get a place? And why is it not there within the odds is something. I mean, I don't know why 2 and 5 both are not there. I don't know. This. I mean, it's very sad that 90% of the places, they do not offer a lay option. But I think, I mean, I would definitely like to lay more than, getting into the winning contradictions. Very limited places where they allow lay. So the drop-in classes are bad here, okay? The drop-in classes are really bad. Seven to 10. 7 to 10. 7. Let's see, Aroman. You had that, and the previous one, that was a good one, Aroman. That's a call that you took, which was right. The form line did matter.
Six and 10. There's an it's in Australia. Lord was October 2023. Yes, it is up to date. 6
That's a 7-year-old killing. I don't know.
down to 55 and a half. So the moving end Barney blocked away. The favourite Gazette goes into barrier 2. Suit of armour's right. The cozy on its outside. Golden Century. Third up to date. Moving forward. For a course of making British Ridner. Century, Knight's Armour, Stylebender, McT, all with significant claims. A Stylebender coming up, next feeds in. Bravewood, Knight's Armour is the last to move in. Warwick Farm, they're off racing down the coast. We've got one of the first in its stride. Looking for the early lead, but Cormac's here, given a alignment on the outside. Back towards the inside, it's Savannah, moves in, pretty handy. Then Golden Century on the outside is Stylebender. Further back to
That's a bad idea on the 5.
Two on the
It's getting raved now.
Sort out the portrait, coming out of the straight and the coach. He makes the run by neck length on Cormac City with the blinkers on it right up in the speed today. McDonald's got the favourite once again on the fifth sort of the birds. And the next Golden shirt up the outside of Stylebender. Makes it a half to Hutchins on the inside to Suit of Armour. Olivier and Knight's Armour is last of all at about 9 lengths off the lead. They go inside the 1,000 metres. The Cozy is the front runner here in the hands of Berry. They get up by a neat length on Cormac City. Then came the Golden Century now. Stylebender stealing 3 line, creeping into it. Further back to Savannah, who stays in. Suit of Armour gets going, looking for a back to follow the outside of Hutchins, 2 after Knight's Armour, and Olivier is back last of all. So the Cozy being eyeballed by Cormac T. Stylebender moves up on the outside. Golden Century got a bit inconvenient. Then Burzan right behind them, looking for a bit of clear running, and Suit of Armour hits the rest as Cormac T takes the lead, clearly turning for home. By a length and a half on Stylebender, the Cozy, Golden Century.
Okay.
Further back to Suit of Armour. Knight's Armour on the outside, and now Deluvier coming into the picture. It's Cormac T being tackled and headed by Stylebender. Deluvier's charging home, but Stylebender's broken away, and Stylebender's going to win it. Photo for the moment is Cormac T and Deluvier. Not much in it. Not sure about 4th. We've got Burzan, Suit of Armour, Knight's Armour for the Golden Century, Hutchins. Further back to Savannah. And the Cozy went out of it. Stylebender, Shannon Llewellyn, paying $14.80. Well, isn't this 8-year-old having some preparation? He's now won 3 of his last 4. 2 of those here at Warwick Farm. Shannon Llewellyn took off a lot out, staining that run.
310. No, 3610. 2. 3610 2. Three, 6. I mean, what I That did not happen. Anyway, the 2 was a 7-year-old. Come on. No scratchings. 9746. So what happened here, they were all 56, okay? This one was a 56.5. This one was a 56 drop. 8 probably was not the one to actually look for. That's why it was getting confusing here. I mean, I also did not believe that 8-year-old gilding, but there's a 56, that's the strong. This one, the 2 is like a lot lower, 54. It came in 4th. The 3 went through and they just sat there, did not do anything. This is a bad match. Okay, fair enough. 4 did not have the thing. The 9 was a drop, which the drops are not working. But the question is whether the 5 was a bad ride. That's all. The 5 got raved and raved so badly that there is nothing doing. There is nothing doing. Anyway, so here the 7 is the same thing. The drops here are bad, very bad. The drops are bad. That is something which has been happening constantly, okay? Did not get through. Did not get through. But this one got through. The second in line. So the drops are really bad. So I don't know that, but so about 9 that generally doesn't work. Okay, that generally doesn't. I don't know whether the neutral will get through with this or not, because it is not even getting into the class. Here, this one got into the class by the quant, all right? And the 3 was in a bad shape. So the 9, I don't know whether it will go through. Ideally, what should happen? This is a bad match. Will not work. 169. This is good. The 4. The linear. It's 1,000 meter. That's that. 8. And this is staying at 61 and it will not do anything. It's just low pressure. Let's get that as a low pressure. So that's that. Is probably not bad. In that. At 59. Six is on a higher end. Lower end 59. 57. One job. 4. Two here. So it's still 59. This is 56.5. It's 2. These were drops. So low drop. This is say 59, which is 61. Here to 122. So no. 6 to 1, 2, 9. This is a drop. Mm, 8 is the low. These are the class 59. 8. $59 drop, दोनों drop, ये 61 पे है ना, मैच नहीं है, तो यहाँ पे 2, 2, 5, 69 with a low pressure, this 64. That is not the thing. 69. And then 56.5. This is a little bit more. This is 57. Third. What happened? This is good. Two, 5, 4, 2, 5, 4, 2, 5, 9, 59, 4, 5, 59. So then here it is dicey to feel whatever that thing is there, the one. It's a stair, but it's 2. And 5 with the same weight, what drop? And this is too high at 3. This is okay. 56. 9, I don't know. 2, 5, 8, 6. And then those are there. The 1 is also very threatening, which is there, but it's not a match. How that will work is difficult, but here these two are drops, so I am not going to go through the drops, wherein I probably think the 6 is probably there. Out of, if they're the same, this is a lower drop, and this is a stair but doesn't have the formula, I mean doesn't match with the structure. So yeah, 6 probably is the 4th. 6 probably is the 4th. That's a big chance too. 9 probably is 44. 42 is on a 42, 59.5. 59.56 is drop but has leverage. This is 42, 59. This is drop. Let's see how that works. Gatekeeper 4. Very strong chance. Gatekeeper on 4. I'll be back in a jiffy, okay, from the washroom. Okay, I'm back. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. Top 5. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, that I'm kind of very worried what that is doing. Why it's not match. But 2, will that 2 get knocked out? I don't know. Well, 2. I mean, if this is the first and the second linear on the 1000 meter, then this one is higher. This one doesn't have a form line. The 9 is abstract. I don't know what that is doing. On the contrary, it is a drop in class from a 56.5. PC big. Okay, 4. Yeah, so the 4 is the first linear. This is the second linear. This is coming from 56.5. That's a 59. But there is something in between. That probably is this 6-year-old mare. If that 7-year-old mare doesn't kick up from here. Bog bet. Showing. Nah. Arman, it will not work here. It'll not work. They kind of. I mean, about the feed, Arman, what you wrote on the WhatsApp, it's not working with mine. Not on the VLC. It's on the geo block. And 9 is the leader for what? 74. What kind of a thing is that?
Five. So, have it. That's what's got a bit. I'm around. Oh. Okay, thanks for studies. We're about to move in here for race 5. Customers have been very easy at the betting, and Grandstand has been best back to beat it. To the extent that Grandstand is now the new race favourite. That's $3.70, so a clear favourite is Grandstand. It's last year, almost a month ago. Bobby Fitzgerald is the way down to 52.5. Benchmark 78. Some Bruce was a $3 favourite earlier. See, right out
Yep.
23 price. The lead-up trial here on March 20. The Hanson's Overload is in the saddle here today. She,
So there's something on the blanket. God knows which one is on the blanket.
natural early speed. Start to us. That's right. And 440. That was best in good form, a $7 chance. See a race coming up. That was best in this as well. There's plenty of depth to this. There's the lights. Stand by. Stand by for a break. Grandstand, the post-time favourite. Starter about to let them go now. Does so. They're off and racing. No speed at all by Welcome. Gypsy and Fellas Best flew out off the inside from Bengaloo Star to show the way. Casaroos goes into third and Fine Vintage in the white cap is fourth. Couple up to Welcome Gypsy on the room on the inside and Des Reed. Three from the back to Shervington, Rantan, Bengaloo Star, and Bode and Kuna. They're really stretched out at the 600. Fellas Best trying to get a breather from Wonder Ring from on the outside. Then Casaroos. Up the outside to Fine Vintage. Further back to Welcome Gypsy. Nazarene and a big gap to the rest. The post-time favourite Grandstand's fourth last. Into the straight, Bella's best at one to reach. Casaroos coming off heels. Then Fine Vintage, Welcome Gypsy and Nazarene. It's Bella's best, the narrow leader from Casaroos going after it. Bella's best and Casaroos, one to reach and Fine Vintage. Bella's best on the inside of Casaroos. Bella's best, Casaroos. Fine Vintage will grab the pair of them.
Two,
Fine Vintage, one of the way.
What is that?
The Bella's best.
3.
The fourth, that's one to reach from Nazarene. Welcome Gypsy, further back to Sherpling to that.
3.
The last couple from the race to Inglewood. And low to Kuna. On an inch on the outside of $31. Villa's best. And the casters stop fight down the straight. Be a photo finish for the judge.
3, 9, 6.
The first state today's body.
3, 9, 6, I think. He's totally lost the plot. 3. Three, 9, 6. Three, 9, 6. Really? What kind of a nonsense is that? I don't know. Six. 3, 8, 9, 10 all scratched. 3, 8, 9, 10 all scratched. 4, 1, 7, 2. The benchmark 72. Oh. Yeah, that's that. It so what's happening is this, that that's at 57. Up till here, all of them are 57. The 11 is a drop from 57. And the 6 is a stair at 57. Then everything, this one is a drop. They are really very low. 54, that's a very strong jump, probably in the 4th position. But ideally, it should be 1, but that will not happen because it doesn't have the form line. Ideally, it should be 1. And considering the fact that it will not play Victoria, if it plays Victoria all mare, then it is upside down, then I don't know. But here, it should be 1, 59, higher. This is lower. Add a 59, if that's a higher, then it should be 1. But in between these two, there is something which is there, which is ideally a low pressure, but that probably is 6, which is a stair here. That's a drop. This is a stair at 57. This is a drop at 57. But none of them match in any ways. Anyway, maybe things are like that, but that's that. And if those 7-year-old, these are really low. So this probably is that's line 55. So what should happen? 1, 6, 4, 57. 164. Mother up. 1, 6. This is a drop. The drops are not working, and that's going to be a neutral. This is a drop at 56, so forget about that. At 55, this one is still okay, and this is the highest, 54, 55. That is how it's going to work. Four drop, 61, 9. 324, 4 is a power match. What it is absolutely doing is rubbish to the form line. It has lost what? It has lost a lot of weight. The 4 not doing well. 1, 7. I don't know if the 4 will get through. It's in a very bad state. It's in a very bad state. We'll see how that works. We will get Randwick on Saturday, probably. How that 4 will win, I don't know. It's in a very bad state. Even the 1 is also in a bad state. 2 what? Working. What happened? 3 here. Jimmy, I wish there wasn't so many scratchings. I don't think it is about the scratchings, Jimmy. It's about Warwick Farm. You're at a track which is not among the top 20 tracks, and they have their own things. I mean, so what will you trust here, and what and how will you trust what? The 9 definitely was not the thing. That was not the thing. But how the 2 got at a 59. I understand this is a drop. This was on the fourth line. Okay, fair enough. This is a lower drop. And this one is not a match. Okay, fair. But how the two got knocked out is what I don't know. How the two got knocked out. The 4 was in a bad state. Okay, that was that. The 4 was in a bad state. It's not that 2 was also in a good state. But that doesn't put 3 into anywhere nice. Honestly, how the 1 is going to get knocked out here? Maybe, Jimmy. I mean, the reason why I generally avoid these tracks, even on Wednesdays, is because these tracks are. I wish we had at least something like a Sandown today, which was not available. But Warwick Farm, a triangle track, is a very, very dicey place to be. What is happening from where? God knows what is happening from where. Design for the house. Maybe, Jimmy. I hate this. Now 6. The 6 is the 6 is a strong one. It's a stair. This one is a drop. This is a 57. Not doing well. I don't know how that will come. But those logics are going out of the window. Nothing is happening. You're right, Stretch. You're right. But they said they're going to be raining today. I wonder about 11. 11 is, yeah, that 11. It's a drop on 57. So it's doing worse, probably. It's still better than this. But the problem is none of them are a match. I mean, whatever the structure of this race is, 1300 meter, none of them are a match. If we have to actually look for a match, then probably it's a bad state, man. None of them are a match. No, Jimmy, it is not. It is that's a very, very, you know, debatable thing that you're talking about. Tough Tough is where you have the best of the best horses. That's Flemington, Ranwick. Warwick is not tough. Warwick is confusing. Warwick is not tough. Tough is not the right word, Jimmy. Warwick Farm is confusing. Tough is where, you know, you have multiple horses where it's very difficult to take a call on. But here it is not a multiple difficult horses, it is multiple difficult proposals which are being offered. It's not the horses, it is how the shape and the picture is.
Surviving in the
Yeah, I
valley
mean,
is
see, tough races are where you have some of the best horses, and then you are looking at who has the advantage, who doesn't have the advantage, and what is what. That's a tough racing. This is a moron racing. And I seriously think that they also have, they also alter certain things, but because certain things are not adding up, they kind of are not adding up. They alter, I think they alter. I mean, there is a very strong line which is there, um, in news in every racing authorities. If you go to New South Wales or to Victoria or in US or wherever you go, there is a very strong line which is always mentioned, is that the, I mean, whatever the class and the performance are, that's one side of the story, the other side of the story is it is also a handicapper's discretion. So when the handicapper's discretion is so boldly mentioned, it is mentioned everywhere. If you go to Victoria Racing, it is mentioned there. In New South Wales also, it is mentioned there. So what I'm trying to say is that there's, I mean, how the weight should be allocated, that is, they have defined one side that this is how the weights are supposed to be allocated. And on the other side, they also say that it is also the handicapper's discretion. And that's the final word. So now that becomes a gray area.
Deep Pleasure wasn't bad out after going up to join it. Bring a race and settle third, then Shotgun Bella again a big seller. Further back to take a triple play. And not that easy. Last of all, Metallic Cat goes on with the job on the outside, and Clark wants the front. Donna was happy to hand up on Deep Pleasure. So Metallic Cat leads now by a length and a half to Deep Pleasure. Bring a race and third on the rails, then Shotgun Bella taking along at the outside of the end of Big Center. Further back to take a triple play. And a gap to not that easy at the turn of the field. The odds on favour, Metallic Cat rolling in the lead by two. Bring a race and pushing underneath Deep Pleasure. Then came Shotgun Bella. They've got 600 to go now. Further back here to Dixon from to take it. Plays come up rather. Not that easy. Last of all. So half on Deep Pleasure. Two on Deep Pleasure. A couple further back to Shotgun Bella. Well down the straight now. Metallic sticking on in second spot. Shotgun Bella the outside is looking to nick the Quinella spot, but Metallic Cat is well clear inside the 50. And Metallic Cat's going to win it comfortably. Second, Deep
417.
See money there for backers of Metallic Cat. Sharp out. That Clark up here.
417.
New South Wales Toad and Super Tap, 160 New South Wales, 120 a place. Folk Toad for the minor, Deep Pleasure on the inside of Shotgun Bella, and Deep Pleasure will get it on the inside. James McDonald for Price and 10, and Shotgun Bella, Nathan Bill for McAvoy to take another 6 will get up to the fourth position.
6 will get up to the fourth position. 4176. One, 2, 12, and 13 all scratched. Scratched. 10, 5, 4, 3. That is logical. That is logical. It doesn't have the form line again, but here is what's happening. Okay, so 10 now, where the problem begins is this, that they're both 58.5, 58.5. So this is a drop in class, okay? And this is a gain. I mean, it's a stair, which is staying. Now, that's one side of the story. The other side of the story is this. This is going to be running a linear. It's a 1200 meters, so the pressure will talk. Here, it was a 1300 meter. The pressure spoke. The pressure was here on this, and then it was here. And then these horses, they just, this one came in fourth. Ideally, this should have gotten in between, which is a stay, but no, that did not happen. So the 10 is, I mean, ideally that's a huge match, okay? That 10 is a huge match. The 10 is a perfect match. This also makes sense. That's the top. This one is chasing, so that's the third. This is top, stays on top, 60. So the odds are right. 4 is like chasing nobody's business. Probably will do something, but before it goes there, at least the 8 is there, but that's a neutral. 9 is doesn't have a thing, so the 56 on a neutral will not work. 9 is not something that will work. So 4, okay, but that is also a neutral. 54, then 57, 2.5, 57. This is a stay. 7, 7. So 10 is 7. This is 99. 4 is a 221. Is a better match. The odds are right. The odds are right on this one. The odds are right. This is a 58. This 7 is a stay. This is a 59 drop. This is a stay. Stays are not doing great. And this is a drift. So that's a 0 pressure. So this one is basically handling these two, wherein this one is a higher one. So this one is out of the game, whether it's a stay or not. So this is where it is. 10-5 should work. 10-5 should work. 10-5. 3. 4, 6, 7. They're both 5-year-old geldings. They're 59, 60, 61. This becomes 60, which is chasing from gate number 3. 7. And then where it lands here, 11. Probably it will be here. 10, 10, 3, maybe that's the drop highest. 59. This is a smaller drop. This is no drop. 59, 6. This is chasing. 59 is the highest drop. The odds are right. The odds are right. The thing is the form line. If the form line is being taken care of, then there is no stopping. 142 on a pressure line, there is nothing like it. There's nothing like it. .492 Dumben. Doomben 9-4 Arman got the queen. Arman is good. And Doomben is a better track. And Doomben is good, bro. Doomben is. I mean, I like Doomben more than Eagle Farm. I like Doomben more than Eagle Farm. I mean, you were there when we were racing Doomben consistently. It it generally is always right. Doomben is generally always right. Beautiful stock. Balaklava. Yeah, that is okay. They have their days, and you know when that is that. Yeah. Just a Iron Man. Yes, you get greedy. That is true, Iron Man. That's the game. Ascot. Three, four, five, seven. Eight got second. 'The audio is very low, Jimmy. I'm playing the audio, but it is not audible. Even I can't hear it. The audio is really low. I've been playing the audio. Even I can't hear it.
Okay, horses are at the gates, just under 2 minutes to the off. Nice race coming. Standing now, ready metallic cat on debut. Just saw the metallic cat challenge rather than the previous, the second time since he was touched off by Castle John. So understandably, he from over 260. For me, gorgeous, back to where his career began. 5 at Warwick Farm, and a good winner.
5 is the low pressure. 10 is high, low. Then it should go high. So that's where the 11 is. And then probably 3.
National winner in the saddle for David 5, gorgeous. That if Hieronymus teaming up with Joe Pride of the third favourite. Building by Transmill Vecchio.
The 10 can only be knocked out because of its form line. It's not in form. But that's all speculation. We'll see what happens.
Got 20 race 5, the opening break. Taking the spot fancy runners closing stages. So the moving in well, Harry's evidence is locked away. Young Mr. Grace. Remember the race is unstoppable. Buzzing up a little bit. Only number 1. Ripper going forward. Not a chance here. Josh Parr never saddled today. Nash the board, Call Me Gorgeous. Making Sydney. Brian moves up now to the outside draw. So Brian goes in, just about ready to run. There's the lights stand by. Race number 7 here at Warwick Farm. Race coming up. Castle John favourite. Gates are back. They're off and racing. Castle John's jumped out in about the second half of the field. Wide out Brian Chain Premier Zip, and now Castle John is right up on the speed. Together with moving up on the side is Unstoppable as they sort out the order early. So it's Castle John towards the inside in front of Young Mr. Grace the outside.
Yeah, let's see what happens right now.
River and 2 lengths away to pick up the tab. Castle John leads for Young Mr. Grace. Brian into a clear third. They're followed then by Unstoppable from ready to shine as they approach the turn. Call Me Gorgeous River. Hurries evidence and pick up the tab. Castle John travels for Hieronymus coming around the turn, being nudged along now from Young Mr. Grace. Up on the outside is Brian. Call Me Gorgeous getting to the outside. Now the inside runs are there, ready to shine. Unstoppable. And Zoo Ripper's getting through. Call Me Gorgeous down the outside. They're all in their lane. And Call Me Gorgeous let down. Went bang. Call Me Gorgeous draws away. That's a big win. Ready to
5.
second. Harry's evidence third. Then Unstoppable. Followed by Zoo Ripper.
5.
Down. Further back then to Bryant. Pick up the tab. And Young Mr. Grace. Call Me Gorgeous. Welcome home. Back and since returning to Sydney, he started his career with David Pfeiffer, went to Hong Kong, no joy there, but 2 out of 2 back in Sydney. That's been the win of the day. National Rilla teaming up for David Pfeiffer, letting down brilliantly to win.
5, 7, 11.
Value runners in it for the mark. Floyd and Harry's evidence.
I think 5, 7, 11. I think 5, 7, 11. The 10 got knocked out. Then the 5, 7, 11. I think so. That's where it played. The 10 came in fourth or something. 5, 7, 11, 6. 5, 7, 11, and 6. 5. So low pressure, then rose high. 5, 7, 11, and then 6 here. The 10 got knocked out. Five, 8, 12 all scratched. 5, 8, 12 all scratched. 1, 2, 4, 3. This is the last race here. That's way too much. I don't know this. So this was what is happening is here, that's the lowest drop. Okay, this is, these two are very high drops. This is the third in line, this is the fourth in line, but it is a drop, but it is the highest advantage model. Okay, one is at a 16. This thing, I don't know whether it will work here. I don't know whether it will work here. A 59 became 63. That's a little too much to expect. The other one is here, which is a 0. That's very difficult to believe that that will happen. And the jockey is a mismatch. Here also the jockey was a mismatch on the 10. Okay. So there's a jockey mismatch on that. And then here it is a 12, 1, 2. So 58. Quickly, 7. It's easy again. It's a, I mean, this thing went through a low pressure. That was not expected that it will go through a low pressure. A 1200 meter going through a low pressure means it's that's a very dicey game. So this is again that I don't know. The one looks dicey. That's very strong. That's like 59 to 63 is I mean, for that, this horse has to be, to believe that what is happening, there had to be a form line and there had to be other things in place. I don't know whether that'll work, but yes, that matches. It's not that it doesn't match; it matches. So what are the possibilities? The thing is, that generally works with who? That generally works with this. Okay, so in that case, that becomes a low. Okay, that becomes a low. 5. This becomes high. So again, low, high. And this is a low, this is a low. That's 61. This is getting to 60.5. That is a drop, not in a shape. So low, high, low, low, high, low. I don't know whether it will go there. Both of them are dicey. This one and the 4. Both of them are dicey. but it matches. Generally it should work with 1 and 2. Should happen. If that becomes a low pressure, because that's a low pressure model. This both of them are low pressure model. This is like 16.5, so that's an inner drift. So whenever that is there, it is a low pressure. But the problem is this, that this becomes 16.5. This is at 24, which should have dropped. It'll not. I'm not going to get into it. The 3 is a low. This is a high. So 58.5, 53. That doesn't. In that case, that doesn't make sense. In that case, it doesn't make sense. So what happens next? I don't know. It is probably what is going to happen is, it is expected like this, that's a quant. So it's a very high promotion on that horse. It's from 59, it went to 63. But the contradiction is this, that for that it had to reduce, which is not happening. So for me, I'm not going to get into it. The match is okay. The match is okay. It's not a bad match. But in this kind of a situation, things can go wrong. Not that we've been getting all right situations, but out of an 8. Where did you find an 8? I don't know which track you're talking about. I don't know which track you're talking about. Warwick Farm 8, 410 to 461. That's a strong chance here also that thing happened. The low pressure went through. Why? Because this was a higher class with a low pressure that just went through, and there was a jockey mismatch on the 10 plus the form line. So there's a lot of things that are without clarity, whether it is because of the form line or it is because of the jock. God knows why it gave up. But point being is this, that the 5 won. The 5 was there. So both of them had bad form line. So in a bad form line, the high pressure did not get through. But here it becomes a little questionable on this. I don't know. So let's check what was the highest. Here was a 13, which came in 4th or 5th, I think. Here was a 12, which did not 5. 396. The 2 did not get through from 59. That's a very strong jump with a pressure model. That's a very strong jump. Here was a 15. That 2 was a 7-year-old gilding, came in 4th. So that was the highest, okay? Here, this is getting higher than that, but it is a 5-year-old gilding. Let's see how that works. 13610, you might opt for 13610.
Tide, followed by All Out of Time, Araletta, Majestic Boom, and Jamildi last home in 1:10.23.
Ado is on fire. Adaman is on fire today. Dumben. This one is interesting, probably good at saying exactly what the set less language and business stories about animals. Very fun.
Thanks for listening to SEN. Anywhere you are in the world, SEN goes with you. Download the SEN app to access SEN while overseas. Thanks for listening to SEN. Anywhere you are in the world, SEN goes with you. Download the SEN app to access SEN while overseas. Thanks for listening to SEN. Lie down, digs indeed, and we're out last war. Then came Harsh, Grand Maxim, further back was Rubini, and did we win? Not today, last in.
3 rousing refrains, 6.90 and 2.20 Will Price, photo for the minors, those numbers soon. But first to Warwick Farm before race 8.
Rightio, thanks Mercedes. So all the rage in the last year is formal display as the runners start to move out. 2.30 is the call. Yes, 2.30. Montpellier at $7, now at $9. We've got Denver at $8. Walking Painting at $26. Bit of an inward move there, Walking Painting. Beige $11. Bridgetine Gal at $10. Aligned is also at $10. Trouble behind 10 the other day. Unique Ambition was 10 this morning, got to 12, and is now into 11. So formal display is the $2.30 favourite. Monty Fitzgerald is in the saddle, getting the weight down to 60. Formal display, last up winner at Boyle. Last year Warwick Farm is due in 6 minutes.
I've got race hunting coming up as well, race number 7.
First head of the wild card here, Mercedes riding solo favourite 2.90 in at 2.
Three, 6, 10.
So 1.5 minutes on the clock for the final race of the day. On the display. Favourite at $2.10.
Yes, not good board here. And certainly ran well enough. His Australian debut at Wong over 1350 metres behind formal display. Winning form there over 1400 metres, the journey of our last, the Montpellier. Here's the second pick at 650 and now was up winning good odds here a few meetings back. Here's the third pick as they move in and now it's into $8 along with it's gone out a little bit higher than that. James McDonald's now. So we're at reverse line, jumping about to go forward, Montpellier and formal display. Emirates already accounted for. Unique ambition. So yellow everywhere here for the last formal display, the 2.2 favourite. And Montpellier is coming up. Montpellier in. Second Australian start.
Display.
Just about ready to run. There's the light. Last of 8 at Warwick Farm, the starter says go. They're off and racing, and the formal display came out very quickly from the wide draw, and Molly Fitzgerald is looking for the lead. Berger showing very good acceleration on the rails. Aligned is not too far away, and Hanau's going to take up a prominent position in fourth. They're followed after a length and a half to Walking Painting, improving on the rails with Montpellier the outside. Further back to Brigidine Gal from Emirates, and Unique Ambition settles last of all. Berger's gone up in the inside to hold out the favourite formal display. A length and a half to the 3-year-old. Aligned is tugging along in third. Walking Painting fourth on the inside of Hanau. Then came Montpellier. Further back to Emirates from Brigidine Gal, and 2 lengths last is Unique Ambition. Approaching the turn of the 600, it's Persian front, a hard to formal display, followed by a line who's deeper out, together with now walking, painting back on the inside. Then came Montpellier from Brigidine Gal, Henry coming away from the fence and Unique Ambition into the straight now, and formal display moved up on the outside and took the lead, turning to home. Formal display race 2 lengths clear. They're queued up behind. Emirates coming with a good run from further back, and Montpellier on the scene wide out. It's formal display a length clear. Montpellier the outside running on, but formal display's holding it. Good strong performance again. Formal display goes back to back. Emirates the Inspired Fancy runs second, a half hit in front of Montpellier, followed then by a line and Unique Ambition making ground.
1-1.
Steroid showed good speed out of the gates, parked outside Boosh, and a good kick at the top of the home straight. So basically the same weight today.
1. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Warwick Farm. That was the last one, but I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to solve the puzzles here. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. Thank you so much for watching this. It means a lot. And I want to thank Gate. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. And thank you so much for bringing in your friends. Jimmy, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Arman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I think that is it. Cliffy, thank you so much, Cliffy, for being there, my friend. And thank you so much for bringing in your friends, Cliffy. Thank you so much for doing that. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend.